come the procession. Please remain standing for the national anthem, university anthem, and the East African Community Anthem, and prayers. The University Anthem, led by Anne Mwangi.
The University. We are the people of the future. We excel in unity. God is with us as we march forward. We choose to shine, never to lose. In excellence, that is our strength. Excellence, integrity. Excellence, integrity. Excellence, integrity. That's the motto that we believe.
Thank you. May we keep standing for a word of prayer by two students, Dorothy Suma Medza, followed by Yaro Abdullahi. So Dorothy, please step forward.
Let us pray. Our glorious Jehovah God, we thank you for this wonderful moment that you've made fit for us. We glorify your holy name, Jehovah Father, as we are here celebrating with the graduates and their families. Father, we ask for your comfort and your hand be upon them. Jehovah God, we ask you also to guide us as we start this graduation ceremony. Bless every activity which is ahead of us. We ask you to bless the management of University of Africa, its leadership, the administrators, the professors, as it took time for them to plan for this day. Jehovah, the graduates took the challenge, they kept the faith, they completed the journey of their study, and today is the graduation, inauguration. We thank you, we bless your holy name. Father, enable them to do what is right and just as they serve the community ahead of us. Jehovah God, now we ask in the scripture, bless them indeed, O Lord, enlarge their territories, keep them from harm, and let them not do any harm, and also not experience any harm, as they soldier on for their future. You've led in the past, lead them in the present. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Yaro Abdihafif Abdullahi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. The Lord of the, we praise to the Lord of the mankind, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, most gracious, most merciful. Maliki Yawmiddin, the Master on the day of judgment. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Thee alone we worship and thee alone we seek help from. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim, guide us to the right path. Sirat al-ladhina an'amta alayhim, the path of those who you have granted your blessings. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين, not the path of those who earned your wrath, nor of those who went astray. O Almighty God, give us the betterment of what is better in this world and what is better in the hereafter. Grant us wisdom and beneficial knowledge as this degree is bestowed on all these graduates today. O Allah, save the world and the humanity from this pandemic of coronavirus, and save us from all that harm us. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make this congregation a successful one, and may He continue leading us to the right path. Blessing and salutation to the most beloved messenger of Allah, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Amen.
Thank you, Yaro. Please be seated. Installation of the Vice Chancellor. May I now invite the DVC ARE to read the biodata of Dr. Washington Okeo.
Dr. Washington Okeo holds a PhD in Business Administration with specialization in entrepreneurship and strategic management. He has several years' experience in university teaching, focusing on leadership, entrepreneurship, strategic management, and statistics. Dr. Okeo also has several years' experience in academic research, in leadership, strategic management, and entrepreneurship. Before becoming the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Okeo was the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Extension. He has management experience in corporate world, where he worked in the private sector and international organizations. He also worked for United Nations, among other development organizations. That is our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Washington Okeo. I now call upon the Chairman of the University Governing Council, the Chairman of the University Board of Trustees, and the Chancellor of the Management University of Africa to come forward and install the Vice Chancellor.
Dr. Washington Okeo, I hereby install you in the office of the Vice Chancellor of the Management University of Africa. I vest with you the powers and privileges of this office and charge that you perform the functions and duties of the Vice Chancellor as prescribed by the university statutes. Dr. Washington Okeo, congratulations. Congratulations.
And I invite the Vice Chancellor to read his acceptance speech.
Our chief guest, Professor George Albert Omore Magoha, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, represented here by Mr. Darius Ogutu Mogaka, who is the Director of Education in the Ministry of Education, the Chairperson of Board of Trustees, Dr. Thomas Musili, members of Board of Trustees present, the University the University Chancellor, Dr. Ruben Mutiso, our sponsor, Kenya Institute of Management, represented here by Mr. Murithi Ndegwa, the Chairman of the University Governing Council, represented here by Professor Gituro Wainaina, members of the Council present, invited guests, members of the Senate, University Management Board, the alumni, the graduating class of 2020, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning once again. First and foremost, I would like to thank God the Almighty for giving us life and this bright day today. I feel so honored to be standing here this morning to be installed as the 4th Vice Chancellor of the Management University of Africa. Indeed, my level of humility is demonstrated in a joke by an anonymous person who said, a man was granted 2 choices by God. He asked for the best drink and the best woman. In return, he was given mineral water as the best drink, and he was given Mother Teresa as the best woman. Working in this university, for me, has been a great joy and a privilege that I'm grateful for every single moment. I won't be able to do this if it weren't for all the amazing stakeholders of this university whom you are a part of. I would like to thank the following for their unending guidance and support. The sponsor, the Kenya Institute of Management, the Chancellor, the Chair of Board of Trustees and his team. I would also like to thank the Chair of UGC, that's the University Governing Council, and his team for conducting competitive interviews and their support for opening my eyes to so many new perspectives regarding this position. Lastly, I want to thank my family and friends for their unwavering and continuous support, my management colleagues, the faculty, and all staff and students of the university. Going forward, I intend to borrow from a saying by Benjamin Franklin, who once said, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, but involve me and I learn." So I intend to involve everybody during my tenure as the Vice Chancellor of the university. I therefore want to continue receiving your ideas, getting feedback, involving you, and finding out more ways I and the Management University of Africa Management can better serve you, the entire MUA fraternity. To that end, we welcome your suggestions and views, and we shall create additional channels through various platforms to capture and implement them. Feel free to let us know what you are thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel this appointment is for further development and prosperity of the Management University of Africa. This university, although only 9 years old, has advanced a lot in terms of number of students, number of programs, staff and faculty strength and quality, and number of graduates. Many of these achievements happened under my predecessor's watch, but some like operationalization and occupation of this main campus at Kisaju, where we are today, accreditation of PhD in Business Administration, accreditation of Bachelor of Education programs, final inspection for the award of charter, which was done in August this year, teaching and administration of examinations through online platforms have been achieved under my watch as the acting Vice Chancellor in the last 1 year or so. Now that I've been installed as the substantive Vice Chancellor of the university, I look forward to further working towards achieving the vision, the university vision, starting with ensuring that the university is chartered in this year 2020 by the government of Kenya. And indeed, we have a positive indicator by the CS recognizing us and honoring our invitation to come and preside over this graduation ceremony. He was busy elsewhere, but he has sent his able representative, the Director of Education, whom we humbly welcome to this occasion today. Also, achieving online and examination strengthening, ensuring that there is increased visibility and a positive image of the Management University of Africa brand, and also ensuring that there are strong partnerships at both local and international levels, realizing a steady increase in student numbers and programs, and ensuring that we obtain additional resources, sources of income for the university's financial sustainability and growth. I will be motivated to achieve all this, going by Nelson Mandela's quote, which says, "It always seems impossible until it is done." So that is the quote that will be guiding me in the journey. Finally, I want to thank all of you for being here today and witnessing this important milestone in the university's history. May the Almighty God take care of you and family, especially at this time when COVID-19 has overturned lifestyles of the entire humanity in the whole world. In conclusion, I leave you with a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, who says, "Do not go where the path leads. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail." And that is exactly what we did when we came to Kisaju, because there was no path here, but we created our own path, came here, and you can see the magnificent campus that we have established here today. May God bless you and have a great day. Thank you.
I now invite Francis Njuri for some entertainment. Francis, a bit. Declaration of the congregation by the Vice Chancellor. Sorry for that. Vice Chancellor, please declare this congregation.
By the powers conferred upon me by the Management University of Africa Governing Council, vide University Statute number 56, clause number 6, I declare this assembly a congregation of the Management University of Africa.
I now invite Francis Njuri for some entertainment.
Wassalamu alaikum. Wassalamu alaikum. Uswazini kwetu nyumbani tunaambiwa kwamba palipo na huzuni si rahisi kuona mtu ametabasamu. lakini pia korona ni nani? Tabasamu ni ngumu kuona. Kwa leo basi, wewe mwanafunzi, nakupa kongole. Mwenyezi Mungu amekupa afya, leo umeonekana umevaa gauni, ishara kwamba umeweza hitimu na stashahada. Kongere. Umeweza kuhitimu na shahada. Ama ukizidisha zaidi, wengine wakahitimu na uzamili, wengine wakazidisha zaidi ikakaa uzamifu. Ndiposa leo nimekufunza Kiswahili ukajua PhD kwamba ni uzamifu. Na kushukuru wewe mwanafunzi, unapozidi kuangaza yako nyota, tuangazie sisi wengine pia. Mwenyezi Mungu akushukurie, akuonekanie taa yako pia. Lakini najua leo kuna wanyama kidogo watabaki mayatima kama kuku, ng'ombe na kondoo kwa sababu ya sherehe yako. Na hapo nasema asanteni na Mungu awabariki zaidi. Na kabla sijaondoka, ningependa nikupe yangu haraka unapoenda nyumbani, nikuwe nimekupatia hongera ya kwangu. Hili ni tafakari tu. Swali la leo, je, wewe ni wa kwanza ama wewe ni wa pili? Swali lako hilo, sio? Shukran sana, asanteni.
Thank you, Francis. May I now invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor to charge the graduates.
2020 graduates, a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt tells us that the purpose of life, after all, is to live it, to taste experience to the utmost, to reach out eagerly and without fear for newer and richer experience. When you started at the Management University of Africa, you entered a new world of knowledge, a new world of exploration, and I know some fun as well. We challenged you and you challenged us. You saw many changes during your years here on the campus, in the community, in the nation, and also worldwide. During those years, you continued to work towards your dreams, no matter what challenges you faced. For some, you are the first in your family to graduate from a university. For others, you have earned your degree even as you manage the difficult task of balancing academics with work or family responsibilities. While your individual circumstances were different, your commitment, your enthusiasm, and your love of Management University of Africa were a common thread among yourselves. Let me leave you with words from Bonnie Moore, whereby she said, "Life is not a race, but indeed a journey. Be honest and work hard. Say always thank you, I love you, and great job to someone each day. Let your handshake mean more than a pen and a paper. Love your life and what you have been given. It is not accidental. Search for your purpose and do as best as you can. Laugh often. Appreciate the little things in life and enjoy them. Remember, some of the best things in life are really free. Forgive, it frees your soul. Take time for yourself. Plan for longevity. Recognize the special people you have been blessed to know. Live for today and enjoy the moment. As 2020 graduating class of the Management University of Africa, thank you for making this a memorable day. Thank you for making Management University of Africa the wonderful place it is. And thank you for giving me a wonderful privilege of serving you as your DVC. Thank you.
May I now invite the graduating class representatives to give their speeches. That is, we'll start with Mugisa Vincent for undergraduates, followed by Scholastica Mudoki for masters, and then John Mudanyi Odhiambo for PhD. So Vincent.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning to you. This is Vincent, representing the bachelor's class. So here is my speech. Growing up in a small village, I could never imagine getting into a premier university such as the Management University of Africa. As the birds sang in the chilly morning, we could sing along, rolling our hands together as we walked to school, singing, "This chilly weather, wind will someday carry me abroad." This song encouraged us, was an encouragement from our teacher, never to give up in life, but always chase our dreams, however impossible they seem to be. Studying at the Management University of Africa has molded me and many of our graduating class today to be excellent individuals. The university's robust range of programs, flexibility of learning modes, top-notch lecturers, and learning environment is second to none. This has prepared us to conquer the future. Future, here we come. The Save a Dream scholarship program has opened doors to so many students from needy backgrounds. I am a beneficiary of such a scholarship fund from the university, and I'm really thankful for this wonderful gift. Thank you, the management. The work-study programs have been put in place to assist needy students complete their studies at the university. This is so amazing. I thank the Management University of Africa for coming up with such avenues to assist needy students achieve their dreams. As I stand here, it's on behalf of the graduating class 2020 that are following online. They could not make to come over because of the pandemic issue. You've all done a tremendous job. Congratulations. You really deserve this. I wish all of you were here so that we can celebrate together. Because you sacrificed so many hours to study, beating deadline to upload exams on the portals, and also paying school fees, which has been really a journey, and we thank God for all this. But you never gave up. You pressed on, and here you are graduating. Congratulations, class of 2020. Truly, nothing is impossible. You have made it. I want to thank the parents. I want to thank uncles. I want to thank cousins, and everyone who has helped us in one way or another to reach at this moment. You all deserve to be thanked. Thank you so much. Finally, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Okeo, the DVC, Dr. Cheluget, for inspired leadership, and the management team and the staff for coming up with cutting-edge strategies that has ensured seamless transition to the best online learning platforms during the pandemic period that has helped us and many of us who are graduating to complete our coursework, and here we are standing graduating because of your efforts. And so we are really thankful for such an effort to assist us reach this far. Above all, I'm thankful and grateful to God Almighty for making a way for all of us to graduate standing here today. It's because of His grace. And so He deserves all the praise and all the glory. As you steer our way through these treacherous times and seasons that we are living in, it is true a lot has changed, but you are confident and we are determined in God. We are looking forward full of faith, hope, and love, knowing and believing that every mountain will be lifted and every valley will be exalted, and we will see his goodness in this land of the living. Class of 2020, the future is very bright. I know you can see it. There's a new beginning. In the words of Albert Einstein, he said, "For every end, there is a beginning. Behold, something new is happening." So we will not give up. We will not look back. We will forge forward with full strength, knowing that the future belongs to all of us. And we will make it. Yes, we can. We will make it. Thank you, Management University of Africa. You are the real deal. May God bless you, and congratulations, 2020 class. Thank you.
Our chief guests and all the protocols observed, good morning. It's a great privilege for me to stand before you this day. First of all, to give the Almighty God all the glory. For a man can have nothing except what has been given unto him by God. So for me to stand here, it is a privilege, and I really appreciate. It's also to honor you for your day. That is a day of a great accomplishment that you have accomplished in life. Congratulations. To the graduating class, I know the greatest fear is what next. Some of us here, we want to continue with our studies. Others are looking at promotions that you're going to get, salary increment. But hear me and hear me so well. This is my cry for you. Can we seek purpose? Purpose is the only thing that will make you to have dreams, that will make you to fail, raise up from failing, and say that the failure that you've gotten is just a step towards success. Failure will make you to know that there is still some wall to conquer. Because if you have not failed, there is nothing that you have done. And I will stand with the motto of the Acacia University of Canada that says that in dust you conquer, and in dust you raise. Raise from the dust, look at the purpose that makes you to tick. The world is waiting for us. We have talent. We've been equipped. We are experienced. The globe is waiting for us. The excellency and integrity. Let us use it forward to impact others. Because a leader is known by them that they impact, not who they are. Show us who you are going to impact from this day to day. And God being with you, there is a still voice that says, this is the mountain. Conquer the mountain, and after conquering the mountain, stand and say, this far it is because somebody inspired me. God bless the Management University of Africa. God bless you, the graduates. May He go ahead you. Thank you and congratulations.
John Mudanyi.
Our chief guest, our Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor, all protocols observed. Let me start by expressing my sincere gratitude for this honor and privilege which the university leadership has bestowed on me today to speak on behalf of fellow PhD graduates. Thank you so much. Today is a very special day indeed for all the graduates, including myself, because it's a milestone. It's a dream that has come. When I joined this university, it was not, I had a dream and I had a vision. But I didn't know how it was going to take, what shape it will take. I am a lover of new knowledge, had a passion to pursue PhD, but I needed a program that would help me learn more about management and leadership. I'm very pleased to report that I found MUA to be the right vehicle to help me achieve my dream because of the relevance of the program. And I believe that my fellow PhD graduates today will agree with me. My research topic, which was strategy implementation, capital structure, macroenvironment, and performance of energy sector institutions in Kenya, was a great eye-opener for me. And I know today in this hall, fellow graduates, fellow PhD graduates have all touched on new areas of knowledge that will be able to help this nation and the world that we live in. For the time I spent at MUA, one thing has come very clear and will keep standing clear, that when you think you have learned much is when you discover that there are new chapters and lessons of life to learn. For the time I have been here, while undertaking the program, I have had to surmount various challenges. And for me, those who are full-time working like us, the greatest was how to balance work, family, social, and spiritual life with my studies. It required enormous discipline and sacrifice. Resources were also sometimes scarce and challenging. My research involved traveling around the country collecting data. That was expensive. And it's my prayer and hope that funds will be availed to support research in our country and institutions of higher learning like MUA in order to acquire empirical evidence and knowledge to support development of appropriate policy and relevant policy and even practice in our country, and even to expand the horizons of theory and knowledge. Because Kenya we can, and this is one of the institutions that can propel us to discover new knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, success has no limit, and it will never lower its standards to accommodate anyone. Just like a tree, it will never bend for you to climb it. The success in PhD is practically baked on the oven of personal commitment, dedication, hard work, and focus. With that in mind, it is paramount that we turn such achievement like we have today into worthwhile life experiences for ourselves and for our nation. In all respects, ladies and gentlemen, the program we went through at MUA was thorough and in-depth. I'm glad that the knowledge we have gained will positively drive the change we aspire to have in our lives, and we have sharpened our skills as catalysts of positive change in our society. Fellow graduates, ladies and gentlemen, regarding academic excellence, the supervisors were thorough, and to be honest, sometimes frankly brutal. And with this in mind, there was no room for mediocrity. That was my rude awakening. I thought I would walk into MUA and after a few years walk out with a PhD degree. It took me from 2016 up to today, 27th of November, to acquire that feat. Like Thomas Edison said, there is no substitute for hard work. That experience forced me to roll up my sleeves and gear myself for real hard work. I knew then that in order to succeed, my desire of being a daktari had to exceed my fear of failure, and that my PhD would not come on a silver platter. Since then, this experience has brought my mind a story I heard about sacrifices. The story goes that long time ago, people who sacrificed their sleep, family, food, and other joys of life were called saints. But now I've discovered they are called PhD students. PhD requires real sacrifice and godly discipline. To sum it up, my experience at MUA, one thing I appreciated most is that at MUA, our PhD journey is a collaborative effort, bringing together the student, faculty, academic community, and the supervisors. My supervisors were tough and demanding, but extremely supportive at the same time. They pushed me to my limit. And to tell you one time, and I wish my wife was here, because she got her PhD in 2005, so I'm really following behind her. But one time, my professor called me at 11:30 p.m. in the night and asked me, John, can you open this page? To find even where the page was a story. Then I spoke in a low tone, what made me get into this thing? It made me start this thing. And that was the journey. That was the journey. They pushed me to my limit, but to my surprise, they were the first to congratulate me when my correction matrix was accepted by internal and external examiners and thesis passed. And my professor and my supervisor, Professor Wayena Gituro, I remember very well when he told me, congratulations, Daktari. That was a moment of bliss, pleasure. I floated in the air with ecstasy as I realized it has happened. I wallowed in the miasma of the joy of the moment, but I'm glad that now I'm here to move into the future. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Arif, Leting, and all those that stood with us, the Vice Chancellor and everybody. Thank you for helping us to become Daktari. Ladies and gentlemen, MUA is indeed a center of academic excellence, one that I would recommend to any professional out there looking to expand their horizons. It's an institution where leaders are built, managers are made, and academic dawns are sharpened. As the president of Cohort 3, I'm so glad I made the right decision to choose MUA as my academic partner to help me fulfill my dream. Today, on this graduation day, I'm Daktari because of MUA. Finally, to my fellow graduates, graduation is just an event. Real life begins after this. We have been equipped, we have been given the tools. Let us go and make a difference. Let us go and enable futures. Let us go and impact our communities and society. Let us go and promote integrity, good leadership, and management practices. Above all, let us be the brand ambassadors for Management University of Africa. May Almighty God guide your footsteps and path as you venture into your future and purpose. Congratulations, my fellow graduates. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I also invite student alumni representative, Adendero.
Chief guest, representative of the Professor George Mokoha, Director of Education, the University Chancellor, members of the Board of Trustees present, members of the University Governing Council present, the Vice Chancellor, the University Senate, the University Management Board, other Chancellors present, Vice Chancellors present, staff members of the Management University of Africa, invited guests, and the graduating class 2020. Good morning. On behalf of the Management University of Africa Alumni Association, I am humbly delighted to be part of the special occasion when we come together, although virtually, to celebrate the outcome of the many years of intellectual journey of our students. This is a very important day for all of us to share and witness the conferment of your degrees and awards of your diplomas to you graduates. As they say, this is the day you are given the power to read and write that pertains to that degree. On behalf of the Management University of Africa Alumni Association, I also take this opportunity to thank the university stakeholders for making the operation of the university program a success. I recall the excitement of the graduates today, the joy of mission accomplished. Many of you will not remember many things that will be said here tomorrow. Therefore, I'll keep it very short. The Management University of Africa Alumni Association was officially, as you are aware, registered 11th May 2017 under the Society Act Section 10. The Alumni Association intends to partner with the university leadership to undertake projects and activities that will enhance the image and profile of the university. The greatness of success of a learning institution can only be measured by the contribution of its students and former students to make to humanity. Once again, I'm proud that today's graduating class is stepping out to join an alumni community of the distinguished University of the Management University of Africa. I'm therefore inviting you to register and be active alumni of the members of the university alumni. On the same breath, I'm also requesting you to go and be a good ambassador of this institution so that you can impact and transform society in your own capacity. The Alumni Association has already begun working with the university on the endowment fund that seeks to enable bright, capable but needy students to access higher education at our university, which we call Safer Dream, of which we have seen a product of Safer Dream as the representative of undergraduate. So therefore, we invite you and your organizations and business partners to partner with us on this noble cause of giving back to the needy community of our society. We shall also seek to support the academic departments and programs by giving input on how the program can be improved to meet the dynamic needs of the industry and society in line with CUE regulations. We also intend to provide mechanism for interaction with university students through the Management University of Africa Student Association in events and activities, including but not limited to career fairs, mentorship programs, retreats, and professional forums. With the diversity of our members, we seek to establish collaborative links with other alumni bodies and organizations in the country and outside the country of similar interest as now live in the global village. I also wish to take this special opportunity to thank the university management, faculty staff, students for the urgent move to online services during the COVID pandemic period, as this is an indication of transformative and innovative university that is prepared to cope with the dynamic environment challenges and create opportunities for the future. I want to congratulate you once again, and may God bless the Management University of Africa and the Management University of Africa Alumni Association. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dara. I now take this opportunity to invite the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Washington Okeyo, to address the congregation.
Our chief guest, all invited guests, our students, the staff of Management University of Africa, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is my pleasure and duty to welcome you to the Management University of Africa this morning, specifically the 7th graduation ceremony that we are celebrating today. I'm privileged to witness the capping of your achievement today. And in particular, I want to appreciate the PhD, the 8 people or students who are graduating with the PhD today. And you have seen the able representation that they have by Dr. John Mudanyi, who has made a very, very powerful speech here. And if that is a standard or bar that a student is supposed to be measured with, I think the bar that he has shown is very, very high. Equally, his classmates and his graduating mates for 2020, if any one of them was to be chosen to come out here and make a speech, I'm very sure that they would equally make such a powerful speech. And therefore, I have no doubt in my mind that this university is producing excellent graduates. Thank you very much, the 8 PhD graduates who are here this morning. They are the ones who are representing the rest of the other programs, because due to restrictions of COVID-19, it was not possible for us to admit everybody else who was graduating to this graduation ceremony today, but they are ably represented by the PhD class. And this university, those who know its history are aware that it was started in 2012. At that time, we had only one program, Bachelor of Management and Leadership. Today, we are proud to say that we have admitted over 4,500 students in all the CUE accredited programs. And indeed, we have 7 programs. Just recently, the CUE were here, in fact, in this very hall, about a month ago, when they came in to credit additional program, that is Bachelor of Education Arts, in addition to PhD in Business Administration, which they also accredited at the same time in our campus, in our pioneering campus in South Sea. In addition to that, we are thankful to the government through the Kenya University's placement service, who have allocated a total of 1,974 students into this university to date. Out of those, that is since 2016, out of those, 715 were allocated to us this year. And some of them have already joined, others have been interrupted by COVID-19, but they will be joining with time, especially next semester, January to April 2021. The university has also done exceptionally well and has organized international conferences. The most recent, that was organized in September this year, was the 8th International Conference. It was a virtual conference that was hosted in Japan. We have a very strong partnership with universities in Japan and other organizations. So the conference was hosted in Japan, but it was done here in Kenya. And we had more than 300 guests and participants who attended that conference. It was indeed a very, very successful international conference that was held virtually. We have also had monumental milestones towards operationalization of this very campus that we are in here today. And at this juncture, allow me to let you know that the Commission inspected this very campus for award of charter in August 2020. And we are very optimistic, indeed, that we are going to get the charter before the end of this year, because already the inspection has been done. That is normally the most difficult milestone. And as you can see, the campus itself is a state-of-the-art campus with all the facilities and meets all the requirements that the government has laid down to award a university a charter. The library is there. We have this hall, the auditorium. We have student classes, enough for 4 classes and more. We also have a health center for students. We have a state-of-the-art kitchen. We also have the student hostels and administration block. And these are the minimum requirements that the government has put in place to award university a charter. Of course, in addition to number of students. They talk about 400 students, but we have over 4,000 students in this university as we speak. And the number of programs, we also have 8 now, which by far meets and surpasses the threshold. So it is our view that we are ready for the charter and that the government will consider that favorably. And our guest of honor, our chief guest, represented by Darius, is ears to that. And I hope that he is going to make sure that this happens, of course, within the law. As I said earlier, we have academic programs here. There are 8 of them. I don't want to go through the list. They are displayed in the brochure. And we also have certificate and diploma programs, 8 certificate and 10 diploma programs that are currently undergoing accreditation processes. There are diploma programs which we are already offering in this university. In addition to that, we also offer professional programs. We have chartered logistics in transport, chartered logistics and transport in partnership with CILT UK. We also have CASNEB, ICDL, ACCA, and also NITA programs. And we also offer other computer programs like Microsoft Specialist in collaboration with other institutions. So we have a whole menu of programs in this university that we feel can prepare and for the serving the nation. In 2020 has been a great year in a number of ways. But just as everybody else knows, it has been the year of COVID-19, which has been the major challenge of organizations, our university, and other similar universities. It has gravely affected the learning of our students. For the better part of this year, we have not seen our students. In fact, I was struggling to remember the names of our PhD students when we came here for rehearsal. Fortunately, I could remember all of them, and I could call each one of them by name. But that is a rarity, okay? That is a rarity. If we had all the other students here, I would be struggling because especially this thing called mask, that we are masking our mouth and faces with. It hides the identity behind that. So we haven't seen most of our students throughout this year, and that has been a big, big challenge. But we are not the only ones, okay? This has paralyzed the education sector, and the recovery has been without turbulence, has not been without turbulence. There's been a lot of turbulence in the recovery process, and we pray and hope that the future will be better than today. We have coped as a university with COVID. We transferred our learning from the face-to-face physical to face-to-face online, and we're also using online distance and e-learning methods where we post materials for our students on the computers and so on, and then they can pick it from there. But more interestingly, we have the Zoom method, we have the Microsoft Teams and other Microsoft products that we are also using to interact with our students and teach them. And it has become very, very effective. It is like we have not been interrupted at all. A few students have preferred not to go through that process of being taught through online, but there are very few. That is the minority. Now, our ambiguous ambitions to grow with the passing year. We really look towards growing with the passing year as a university. The long-awaited charter I've talked about, okay, and we feel strongly that we are going to get it this year, like I've said. So the MUA flag will continue to fly this year and into the foreseeable future. Now, to our graduates this year, I cannot fully express how proud I am with you today. Each and every one of you, wherever it is that you're listening, I can see Quite a number are logged in through the virtual means. If you look at those screens, we have our students. I can see some of our professors there also. I saw Professor Hopkins, who has logged in there. And indeed, there are quite a number of people who are listening through these virtual means. So we are very proud of you. And you also need to be proud of what you have worked to achieve today. As the graduate from this great university, the MUA, you have demonstrated remarkable devotion and commitment that you need to succeed in your chosen career. So I encourage you to make use of the knowledge and skills you have acquired in the university to not only advance in your chosen profession, but also advance the lives of those in your community and beyond. So your achievement is like no other. Today you enter the MUA books of history as the graduating class of 2020. And over the course of your study at MUA, you managed to acquire much more than just academic qualifications. But you have also made lifelong friendships and networks, and you now become a part of the vibrant MUA Alumni Association. I'll give you my personal experience. When I did my PhD, I was probably as old as some of you people are now, maybe older than some of you people. But my experience with networking and making friends and dropping some of them on the way actually was demonstrated practically when I was doing my PhD. Because I dropped quite a number of friends. I was a member of, which I'm still a member of clubs, members clubs and golf courses or golf clubs. And people used to ask me, where have you all of a sudden disappeared to? Because instead of now appearing there as regularly as I used to before, I started, appearing very infrequently. So they said there's something wrong. Either I'm doing some illegal business somewhere or something. So that is what, they thought of about me. So I can tell you that experience is happening to you. On that process, I dropped quite a number of friends, but in the process, I also made quite a number of friends. So that is the life that you go through. So now you have made quite a number of friends and other networks. So you can now become part of the vibrant Alumni Association. I'm very happy. I'm speaking after Aden Dero, the alumni representative, who is actually the secretary of Alumni Association, MUA, is here. Please enroll with the MUA Alumni Association and strengthen that association so that you become part of the larger MUA community, but in active sense rather than passive sense. So the academic landscape is like a mountain. You get to one peak and you find yourself at the bottom of the other. And I think Dr. Mudanyi also made a similar remark, that you realize that when you achieve your academic excellence at PhD level, there are some other milestones that you need to climb beyond that. So these past few years have brought you to this day where we all witness you crowning the moment with conferment of degrees and award of diplomas and certificates. But you need to realize that education is a lifelong journey, so you need to strive to get to the next peak and next after that. Even at PhD level, this is not the end. There are people, and I was telling some people yesterday, I think it was a team of new PhD graduates, that I'm in contact with another professor in Europe. And in his CV and his accolades, he writes DR to the power of 4. That means he's got 4 doctorates, okay? And he's got a number of masters. So it is like he has spent his lifetime so far just acquiring academic degrees. So one PhD itself is not enough. You have postdocs, you have other PhDs, and you can do it, okay? The idea is to get enough knowledge. But getting that knowledge is not good enough. It is what you apply that knowledge towards, okay? And especially towards the betterment of the community so that the community can benefit from that knowledge. Instead of receiving the knowledge, you go the other side and then you do the application part of it, okay? So you dare to dream. You are now living the testament that dreams do not come true. That dreams do come true. Do not stop dreaming. Continue to soar to greater heights. This is just a stepping stone to the future. I wish you well in your future endeavors. Whatever it is that you choose to do, wherever you choose to do it, I wish you well and be the best that you can. You are and will always be part of the MUA family. Be the best MUA ambassadors, and that you can dare be. Finally, as I finish, I leave you with a famous quote by the famous iconic leader, the late Nelson Mandela, who once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Once again, congratulations, and God bless you. Our chief guest, all protocols observed, it is now my single duty and great pleasure to invite the KIM representative. KIM is our sponsor and represented here very well by the executive director, Mr. Murithi Ndegwa. Mr. Murithi Ndegwa is the current executive director of Kenya Institute of Management and is steering the organization. But importantly for us, the strong link that we have between the Kenya Institute of Management and the university is very, very important for us as a university. And we want to thank Mr. Murithi Ndegwa for being here for us. He's always present in our occasions. So I would want to welcome him so that he can come and say a few words on behalf of the Institute and also on the university. Bwana Ndegwa, karibu sana.
The chief guest, Professor George Magoha, who is the CS Minister of Education, the Chancellor of the Management University of Africa, Dr. Architect Ruben Mutiso, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Musili, the Chairman, University Governing Council, Dr. Edward Odundo, who is represented by Professor Wainaina, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Management University of Africa, Dr. Washington Okeo, the MUA faculty and staff, the MUA graduating class of 2020, all members of MUA fraternity present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. It is a big honor to join you all to celebrate this remarkable and exciting milestone during this 7th Management University of Africa MUA graduation ceremony. Congratulations to the graduating class of 2020. We wish you all the very best as you pursue your dreams, endeavor to live your purpose, and to make noble contribution to humanity, as you've already been told. We are celebrating because you saw an opportunity for your career growth, and you took the first step in the right direction. And I think that has been very well said by the PhD graduate, Bwana Mudanyi. Today, we celebrate the success of the many hours spent, the sacrifices made, and the investments that you put towards this worthwhile journey. And it is not a small achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, As you are aware, the Management University of Africa is sponsored by the Kenya Institute of Management, KIM, which is a professional membership and management development organization that was established way back in 1954. Indeed, KIM has a heritage as a management and leadership trainer in Kenya and East Africa and even beyond. And our alumni continue to build strong institutions for this nation. It is in this regard that as part of KIM's dedication to shape management and leadership thought, theory and practice, MUA was established. I'm actually privileged to mention that some of our forefathers who basically thought about this dream of the university is none other than the Chancellor, Dr. Architect Ruben Mutiso, who in the past was the chairman of KIM. And I think he needs an accolade. We share in the vision of the university, which is to provide innovation, leadership, and management solutions to industries and communities in Africa and beyond. As I said, our footprint goes beyond this country. As a sponsor, we take cognizance of MUA's growth, and we particularly applaud the rich global faculty and diversity of students that it has attracted. We also commend the great strides that have been made towards constructing a world-class campus right here at Kisaju, as you all can see. We will continue as a sponsor to endeavor to support the university towards a sustainable growth path, despite the intense competition and the strict legal framework within which the university operates. Ladies and gentlemen, part of the support that we continue to accord the university is to encourage the KIM diploma students and graduates and members who wish to progress with university education to join MU. And I'm happy to note that a number of them, immediately after they graduate, they actually register for programs here, either at undergraduate level or even at postgraduate level. And this is something that we'll continue to encourage. In the same breath, we wish to invite MUA graduates to sample our certification courses as you seek to better your skills. Because like the Vice Chancellor said, education begins at birth and ends at death. It's a lifelong journey. We are also happy to announce that KIM continues to make policy and strategic contribution to the university through its participation in the governance organs of the university, where KIM is very well represented at the Board of Trustees level and at the University Governing Council. The chairman of the Board of Trustees also doubles up as the chairman of the Board of Fellows, and this is none other than Dr. Musili, who is right here. We thank all the KIM fellows and members who sit in these organs and appreciate their contribution, which many a times goes beyond the normal call of duty. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, once again, KIM takes great pride in MUA and the journey that you have traveled this far. We wish you God's blessings as you grow to become a recognizable brand in this country and beyond, and as you positively impact future generation of leaders. As we head towards the festive season, I take this early opportunity to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year 2021. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the chairman of the MUA Governing Council. This is Dr. Edward Odundo, who is very well represented by Professor Geturo Wainaina. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Mureithi. Soon to be Dr. Mureithi. So we'll come over for, as we are here for the others. I think it's good when you listen, and therefore I've rewritten my speech from what I've heard from the others. But before then, let me first really appreciate the parents could be here. the security from Kajiado, I would imagine. Thank you very much, the graduates. But more importantly, my good friend Ruben, Thomas, I've really come to appreciate you. But above all, somebody who have quarreled, working for government for a good purpose, Mogoka. Thank you very much, my brother, and pass our regards to the CS. We have done a lot of those who know about KESE, Kenya Education Program. We had sleepless night, and we thank God for giving that opportunity. Before I get to this, it's interesting listening to John give his speech. I'm the one who called him at 11 o'clock in the night, so I must confess. And the problem John had, he was going to present something which I would have actually thought of removing my name. And I shared him, if you don't do what we are talking about, I'm actually going to remove my name as a supervisor. Next to him, or behind him, is another lady called Anne, who probably thought I never wanted her to graduate. But I think it's important that your name matters in these papers. VC, I'm not sure whether I can encourage somebody for another PhD. It's an abusive relationship. So you probably, if you want to get to that relationship again, I wish you the best. Because if you look at it, I think those who have spouses, those who have parents, those who have friends, as you pointed out, you really have to give it all. And you don't want to lose those kind of people. But it's a journey. When you add, you feel honored and you feel happy. I think you put in the way, John, in the air or something, and I think you must have felt that, and I think that is important. I tell you, when I got my graduate school and got my PhD in the States, I was so happy, and the head of the department said, Wanina, well done, take this $20, and that was 1993. Take this $20 and go have a drink with our friends. My case was different, and I must disclose it here. My two good students gave me an opportunity to enjoy a glass of wine, which I have intention of enjoying it today, John. And thank you very much, and I really congratulate you. It's a journey, and let me start all the way from the young gentleman, from the other graduates. I really, really appreciated your speech. There you are. It's a journey. You have to be focused. And the lady who came second, well done. And your part of my speech is what you talked about, and John, of course. My speech is two things. Or rather, what I want to emphasize, two things. One, the lady, I'm sorry I can't remember the name. By the way, those who have the booklets, this is a commercial break. If you go to page 32, Ruben, you have to excuse, some of us are teachers, so I might be here up to lunchtime. Is that allowed, Chancellor? No? I hear somebody saying no. I will not. Introducing on page 32, the best student awards, number 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all that. They're all ladies. Well done, girls. Congratulations for taking the page forward. I really, really appreciate Scholastica, Immaculate, Margaret, Isabella, Nancy. I'm not sure about the other one. Then Los. Then we have also the last there as Cynthia. Really, really appreciate the effort you're putting into it. But I want to emphasize the point which was raised by the lady who talked about the masters, the issue of purpose, and the issue raised by John, hard work. That's what will define you. Not necessarily in this place, out there. This gentleman here taking pictures. This is a young girl. This young girl here taking pictures. They have a purpose. And what will make them excel in what they are doing is hard work. But more importantly, John, thank you, you must be driven by integrity. the governor, I think Secretary Governor of Georgia. Very interesting. By the way, today, Trump almost conceded that he lost. So he said, we'll count the ballots and we shall walk the path of integrity. We at the council will ensure the university, and Mureithi is here and the other members, that as Management University of Africa, we shall walk the path of integrity. And that's what will define us. Indeed, the year 2020 was unique. Extremely. It's a year, I told Magoha, it's a year we never heard. In fact, we should write it off in our books, history books. But also with a silver lining. It also gives us opportunities. Tuesday, I was conducting a class, and there was this lady, she had just come to see the Pope in Rome. She had gone to Vatican. She had actually gone to greet the Pope. I think she had something. But we are all talking over the world in classes. Those are the opportunities we never had. So let's embrace it. But more importantly, and I'll emphasize this, ensure, please, you put a mask and 3 feet. We are on our own. You must protect yourself and your loved ones. As you get what you have been given, you must go out there to the society. And it says our academic programs are approved by the regulatory body, and we thank the Commission on University Education and the Ministry, and geared, this is key, geared to the societal needs. I remember VC last year with a lot of nostalgia when the governor was here. I wish we have representation from the county, where they must see what we are offering here. As a board, because at the University Governing Council, those who are in corporate world, we are the board. As the board, we are committed to work with management to ensure we get a student, the kind of person who goes out there and change the landscape of this country. We must change the narrative of this country. Those who read the papers, Tuesday or Wednesday, somewhere in Kirivi, a gardener makes 3 girls pregnant from the same house. One girl is 16 years old. No wonder, Ruben, we're having this coronavirus. God is telling us that we have gone the wrong way. You have been given that power to read, and we call it very deliberately Management University of Africa. It's not MUA. It's Management University of Africa. We manage out there. As I conclude, I want on behalf of the Council to make our commitment to support the Vice-Chancellor, who had an opportunity to be classmates, only that I was on the wrong side of the board, as they also used to say, and the team, John and your team, Naomi and the team here, to ensure that we'll successfully implement the strategic plan. With all that, I wish you all well. And I think Mureithi was reading looking at my notes, I don't know how. But I want to wish each one of you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. With the powers of God, 2021 will be different from what we had in 2020. God will never give us things we cannot handle. And He's given us an opportunity to relook ourselves, and all that. I once again congratulate all the graduates, the parents who have been very supportive. John's spouse, pass my poor John to Madame. So I do appreciate that. And I thank God for giving me the opportunity to hear. And for that, those words, I thank each one of you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. Yes, you know, when you have written speeches, it doesn't tell you who to invite next, so it's being told. And before I go, there was an interesting thing. There was one president in a country in Africa. He had just become the president of that country. So he didn't know the protocols. So in the speech, it was all written, Mogoka written there, and somewhere it was told, stop and look at the audience. So he even read that one. stop and look at the audience. So Ruben is Thomas is honored to be here to give you a word of wisdom. Thomas, please. I'm sorry.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Yeah, my speech is in this booklet, so I'll not go through it. Just want to give a few comments. I'm the chair board of trustees. I'm also the chair board of fellows. It's a big responsibility, but I'm up to the task. Our mandate at Board of Trustees is to make sure we oversee the development of this university. We also make sure the assets of this university are safe, and we also support the other organs, like the University Governing Council and the KIM Governing Council. When this university was started by forefathers, it was mentioned the aim was to come up with a big university for Africa. And that is what we are aiming at. We are aiming going beyond Kenya to Africa. And to do that, we must do a lot of work. We have started, and the only way to succeed is not work in isolation, but work in partnership with other partners. We have approached other partners, and today you witness one of our partners is a guest of honor. We have a member of the University Governing Council from Europe. 2 years ago, I took the former acting VC, Leting, to Europe. And this year, we were to go to Europe in November with the VC. We had a big dream. I'm not that old in KIM, but I have a long history. And the dream was to get to Africa, and we started Africa Leadership Forum. It was being managed by Kenya Institute of Management. And the aim was to promote Kenya Institute of Management, and by extension, Management University of Africa. When you look at the graduating students here, most of them, they are all working. We want to develop people who will change this country, this Africa, by imparting new knowledge, ideas through networking. We do not want to be an academia institution, just giving people papers, and that has been testified by one of the graduates, that you are getting value for what you came here for. Even those who go to teach, we want you to teach with a lot of experience. Give the students hands-on, your own experience. And this we have been promoting here at Management University of Africa by inviting business people, professionals, to come and talk to our students. And the aim is to move them from theory to practical, to go out there and change, not to go out there and just look for work to do. We also want people who go there with the knowledge you have acquired of leadership and management. And this is the knowledge you are missing in this country, and not only here, in Africa. I studied what happened to all African leaders who, after their independence, and I discovered many of them were not able to manage or to lead. So leadership is very critical, and that is what we are offering here. Management in various institutions is lacking, and we want to be the people offering the best leadership and management. We will continue supporting with the people who are experienced to come and talk to our students. We are going to have exchange programs with serious universities in doing what we are doing, giving experience and practical exposure. On behalf of Board of Fellows, who are very keen to support both Kenya Institute of Management and Management University of Africa, will do what it takes, provided you give us a challenge. I am very committed, men and women who have served this country, and they are looking to serve more. As Board of Trustees, I assure you we will give all the support to make this university a special university. These were my comments to tell you, for those who are graduating, go out there and show we are a different university. For those who are working here, despite the challenges, support this university. For the guests who are here, people I respect you very much, Architect Dr. Mutiso, we spend a lot of time talking about KIM and Management University of Africa. We meet, and I invite other members outside the normal meetings to see how we can support Kenya Institute of Management and Management University of Africa. We are very happy, especially myself, to have that task, and I've given you my honest support, and I need your support as well, because we cannot shine in isolation. We need everyone involved. With those few remarks, thank you very much. I was the pioneer of technology in this country, and the representative from the CS office will tell you, when I introduced computers for schools Kenya, no one could listen to me because they say at that time there were no computers in government offices, so you cannot talk about taking computers to schools. Now, from that humble beginning, Kenya is leading in East and Central Africa in ICT penetration and ICT and education. And we are able to use online learning without challenge in Africa. We are leading in Africa. I chair an alliance for 15 countries in Africa, so I am talking what I know. We are doing very well, and as Management University of Africa, we are going to do better using technology. Thank you very much.
Before the chief guest is invited, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Kajiado Governor's representative, Mr. Jeremiah Olencharo. He's here with us.
Thank you very much. I have the honor to introduce the guest of honor of today, who was very willing to come and be with us. but because of the situation, he is not able to come. His name is Dominic Domolin. Dominic is a Belgian living in France. He studied economics and accounting before starting business at the age of 24. He joined the family business, United Pet Food, in 1994. Today, the family business generates over $500 million with more than 1,000 employees in 14 factories across Europe and in 7 countries across Europe. He has invested in development of robots. That is how high he has gone. And the purpose is to assist in his business and other initiatives. Dominic has invested in Kenya. He has a company by the name Close the Gap that deals in refurbishment of computers in partnership with Computers for Schools Kenya. Dominic is 50 years old, married, and blessed with 7 children. He is the CEO, Pet Food, and that is Dominic Domolin. And we are going to see...
My pleasure to congratulate you on your graduation from the Management University of Africa. I would have loved to be there with you to celebrate your shining moment, but the corona restrictions made that impossible. I am sure you understand. My name is Dominic, and I'm a Belgian entrepreneur. My company makes pet food that we sell all over the world. It is a family business, but that does not mean it is a silver spoon job. When I started the production of pet food 26 years ago, the company was not making any profit. It took me 2 years and a lot of time, agitation and plain sweat to make United Pet Food break even. And that was just the start. The past 26 years, United Pet Food grew from 1 factory in Belgium to 14 factories in 7 different European countries. From 1 person who still works at our company today to more than 1,000 employees, from a local producer to a major player in pet food production. Hard work, often 24/7, but I love every minute of it. I love the interaction with our managers and employees because their motivation, their commitment and their input is essential to our success. I love the challenges because standing still is never an option if you want your company to grow, to make a profit, to be a success. Risks like the takeover we initiated some time ago. We needed more production capacity, so we took over a company that could provide that capacity. It was a huge risk, not only because that company was bigger than ours, but because they made a monthly loss of €500,000. But we turned that around in less than 1 year. The risk paid off. But to do that, you have to focus. Focus on your goals. What helps me is to make a plan, to visualize my goals. I write down my goals and put them in places I can't miss them. On my wall, on my desk, on the refrigerator in the family kitchen. Goals like next year 2 new products, next month 10 new clients, next week no complaints. My family thinks this is an endearing quirk of their workaholic husband and father, but it really works. It is an essential step in my 3 steps for successful entrepreneurship. Set your goals, visualize them, communicate them. That's how you turn taking a risk into a calculated management tool. Of course, it always takes guts, but you all know the saying, no guts, no glory. Or as I like to say, a successful manager always finds an excuse to win. That's what you in your careers as managers, as businessmen and women, as entrepreneurs. Your guts, your focus, and your hard work will shape the future of your companies, your employees, your community. That is how you win the future. Not only your own future, your own success, your own profit, but the future of your society, your country, your and our world. Because a successful entrepreneur also gives back, is socially responsible. That is why I support Close the Gap. You might have heard of it, I hope you have. Close the Gap is an international social enterprise that aims to bridge the digital divide, the gap between those who have access to information technology and electronic devices and those who have not. We collect and refurbish pre-owned computers and supply them to schools, medical facilities, and social projects in countries that have no easy access to essential tools for a modern life. Tools that are needed to realize your full potential, to win a future. A future that is sustainable and circular, does not discriminate in gender, race, or origin, spurs education and innovation. A future that respects human rights and is free from poverty, hunger, and ignorance. You can find your own projects to support. You can start your own projects, or you can become a part of Close the Gap. In Nairobi, we started a circular economy hub, where we give electronic devices a new life, and in Mombasa, you can find a Close the Gap hub where we support young entrepreneurs in developing and scaling digital solutions for problems in their community. Yes, we are there for you, as you can be there for others. Steve Jobs once said, "We are here to put a dent in the universe. Otherwise, why else even be there?" So I challenge you all to put a dent in the universe, to share the responsibility, and to win our future. Thank you very much.
Yes, the protocol goes. I want to invite a very special gentleman who has worked for Kenya Institute of Management many years back, who was one of the vision bearers to start Management University of Africa, and who continues to serve. Last time he was to retire, last time he was to retire, but we compelled him to continue because he's a very committed person. And as I said, you call this senior citizen anytime, he is available for KIM and Management University of Africa. Please join me to invite Architect Dr. Ruben Mutiso.
The chief guest, Professor George Magoha, guest of honor, Dr. Dominic Domolin, chairperson of Board of Trustees, Tom Musili, members of Board of Trustees present, Chairman University Governing Council, Dr. Edward Odundo, represented by my friend out here, Professor Ituro Wainaina, members of the University Council present, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. William Okeo, other vice chancellors present, if there is any, University Senate, University Management Board, alumni, graduating class of 2020, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Still morning, good morning. A story is told about a presidential speechwriter for a country in Africa that will remain unnamed. And this presidential speechwriter informally approached the president out of protocol and complained that he was not being paid well. So could he get a pay rise? And the president dismissed him, told him, no, you are paid well, only that you spend all your money on drink, on alcohol, and really dismissed him. 2 weeks later, the president was presented with a speech that he had to read. And he got up to that point where he had observed all protocol. And he moved to the next page. The following page was blank. And the page after that was saying you are on your own. So you understand the story. Up to that point, you are also on your own. Because I will move from out of the written speech, which is available, and just make 1 or 2 observations. Now, I want to remind all of us that beginnings are very important. Beginnings. And one who does not seek to understand the beginnings, where it started, is not a wise person. A journey must start with where you are starting to a destination. In the case of the Management University of Africa, in the program booklet that you have got, you will see the mission, the vision, and the core values. These define us, and it's very important that you understand yourself. A friend of mine, now deceased, an architect who practiced in Egypt, and a gold medal recipient from the International Union of Architects, the biggest award that can be granted or given to a living architect by other architects. Hassan Fathi, in his book, Guana, A Tale of Two Cities, Fathi is wondering about identity. And he asks 3 fundamental questions. Who am I? Where did I come from and where am I going? Those are fundamental questions, questions that we must always ask. If you ask those questions to some people, you will actually quickly know that they are lost or they are preparing to get lost, or they want to be stationary. This university, and in fact, all great achievements start with an idea. An idea. And this idea, that idea, must get people who are prepared to move it, to move the idea to points of executing, actualizing, in order to get the idea mean something. Now, in the profession that I practice, this is not difficult to understand. An idea. You get a brief from the client tells you what he wants, and you must sit back and start coming up with ideas that you want to go and present to the client, to your client, so that they tell you whether you are on the right course or whether you need to modify here or modify there. So, ideas are very important. And I'm sure you have seen ideas that have failed. Simple ideas like of starting a journey from Nairobi to Mombasa, and somewhere down the road as you go, you find that person's vehicle has broken down. That's a failed idea. You will not get where he was going. You will not get there. There are other ideas. You've seen buildings that have been done and they are incomplete. They remain incomplete for a very long time. That's total defiance, because even the good book says that all starts construction without first of all counting the cost is a fool. You must first of all count the cost, check how much it's going to cost you, and then commission, and then start. But if you get to commit funds and you don't complete, and you can't get to a point of even using what you have done, part of what you have done, then you are not wise. This university was an idea. There was nothing out here. And brave people, because you must be brave, you must be courageous, challenged, and said, look, the management, the Kenya Institute of Management, was founded in 1954. If it surely wants to state a fact and ensure that they are living, they must produce. Living things produce before they die. We are not anticipating death of our parent, the Kenya Institute of Management. But that desire to procreate and start other lives is very, very important. The world indeed has been developed that way. Ideas. So, how do you ensure that an idea is protected? That is, the ideals of that idea are realized. In the game of golf, those who play, or if you read about golf, there are certain basic statements that I find very encouraging in everything that you do, in life in general. One is, keep your eyes on the ball. Your eyes on the ball. Don't start imagining where the ball will go and you look up. Look at the ball. The other one is stay the course. Stay the course. Don't start going off course. In relay, the saying is that don't drop the baton. Don't drop the baton. If you drop the baton and still get to the end, you've failed. You've failed your teammates. So, this is part of the charge that I want to give you, even as I give ourselves the same charge, that there is a lot of unfinished business out here, but construction processes are not finished. You continue with them. You continue with them. That's why you have master plans. You have a master plan, you stick to the master plan, you do only part of the master plan, and then move to the next part, phase 2, and in phase 2, you might discover that actually you need to amend the master plan because you are informed by new ideas and new thinking. So, this is very important. This is work in progress. You graduates are also work in progress. You are work in progress. Don't say you have reached. I want to make this observation for clarity so that we are satisfied in every way. The Vice Chancellor, Dr. Washington Okeyo, he acted for quite a long period, 1.5 years, thereabout. But in the end, we put this position to competition. And that competition attracted very many competitors. And the Board of Trustees, the chairman of the Governing Council, from Professor Gituro out here, Dr. Musili, and myself, interviewed all these people, and the person we found fitting for this job is William Okeo. They say the devil lies in the detail. That detail, I wanted to just clarify that he is not out here by accident. He knows what he is supposed to do. And he has started doing what we have charged him with. This is very important. He requires the support of everyone, every one of us. Continuing, I felt that I give a charge to the graduating class. And although you are charged earlier on, I want to charge you as a counselor, as a chancellor. And before I do that, I want to bring in the thinking of a great man, General Norman Schwarzkopf, Storming Norman, as he was called, the general who led the first troops to rout Iraqi forces from Kuwait. And Norman said this about, he was discussing two issues. He was discussing strategy and character. And as he continued discussing it, because these two are very, very important, strategy and character. In the end, he said that if he was to pick only one out of those two, strategy, character, he would pick character. Character is very important. And the sort of charge that I'm giving you, graduating class, is one that brings out issues of character. And I want to charge you to be more than your qualifications. More than your qualifications. I've come across many great qualifications, as indeed you have come, I'm sure, most of you. I've come across these out there at the work, study, conference, and consultancy space. And you have great, exciting moments with such people. Great minds, with great qualifications. But I've also, in equal measure, been in very unexciting moments after encountering persons who have not gone beyond their qualifications. Not going beyond your qualifications. And you start wondering, I can see the CV. I can see the qualifications. I can see the schools where this person went. I can see all these things. You even see letters of commendation and a school leaving certificate from the primary school they attended, saying they were good. But we see when we are in primary school, most of us are good. So, you meet such people, and you feel very disappointed. You lose appetite. You grow rashes, because meeting a stupid person, I'll use that word, who is educated, an educated and yet stupid person, this is a paradox. That confusion will cause you get delirium. You nearly want to fall down. And some of us have no excuse about this, and we tell it. You tell somebody, look, I don't think that you went to the right school. You can tell somebody that if they are causing you lose appetite. So, these persons lack other basic requirements that are just as important as the formal qualifications. I charge you to be persons of unquestionable integrity. That was spoken about by Professor Gitoro Wainaina. And we didn't compare notes. In fact, last time I met Professor Gitoro Wainaina was in Japan a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. And last time we had a good drink together. Since then, he has been promising me a good drink. And he has been giving excuses now, this corona, this pandemic, When we are partaking those drinks, we remove the masks like that. So, Geturo, I'm still waiting. Unquestionable integrity. Simply put, integrity is the solidness of character. It's about upholding ethical standards and principles. If you are a person of integrity, you will not have problems with work ethics, and therefore productivity will just come. It will just flow in place. This quality gives your employer or even your business value. Gone are the days when all of us would graduate and then get employed, and therefore get an employer. Some of you, even as we talk, are employers. You have employed yourselves. So, to give value to your business, integrity is a must. What you are selling, let it be what you are selling, not fake. And that's why I removed this mask, because I think people are faking one another. So sometimes you don't know who is covered, who is behind this mask. So for a moment, let me just use my face, unmask my face. In this competitive world, value for money is key. And value for money, I think we are getting there. I don't know how many of you have bought fruits by the wayside, and you are told this is very good, This is the best. You're even shown a part of one which has been cut. You look at it and you are deceived. And then you carry your wares. And when you open them, you start wondering, what did I buy? Why did I buy this? You're cheated. You didn't get value for money. We are getting to a point where people will be getting certificates for the products that indeed even now they are getting, but at the marketplace. And I'm talking about the marketplace by the street side. They don't do that. But we're getting to a point where this will be demanded by the consumer. So if this will be demanded, and if you are not a man or a woman of integrity, you will not make it, because bad manners like those go very fast. The information travels very fast. That don't stop there. Don't get there. That butchery is the wrong place. They even don't sell cow carcass. You thought you bought beef, but you bought something else. So that travels very fast. So seek to excel. Once again, Professor Gituro spoke about that point. Excellence. Seek to excel in what you do. Do not get into unnecessary fights. Unnecessary fights. Now, ladies and gentlemen, graduating class, unless you are joining some of those other professions, you know them. The talking professions, where you call people and they come for a meeting. Unless you are joining that, where sometimes you are forced to get into unnecessary fights, do not engage yourself in negative work, because it's draining. It drains. It drains. I don't know whether you've been engaged. I'm sure you've gotten involved in a serious argument, and your point of view has not been seen or picked, and you are right, and it gets to a point where you say, no, this is not going to get me anywhere. I'm going to stop this argument. I'm going to stop it because it's draining. Unnecessary fights. Seek to serve and lead. That's my charge. Continuing, and soon I will finish. I want to just do what I must do, because we are getting to a season of festivities, end of year, a year that some people consider as lost, In fact, a friend of mine says that we must repeat 2020 because it wasn't there in the first place. We didn't do what we were supposed to do. But I'm telling you this, actually 2020 will come to an end in about a month's time, just 1 month's time, to come to an end. And if you want to repeat, and I'll tell you this, I don't know how many of you have repeated an exam or repeated a class. It's not the best thing, see, because imagine repeating 2020 and you come across some of those toxic guys I was talking about who will cause you to have rashes and delirium. You meet them because those will not probably be omitted from the repeat. You will meet them again. So let's finish this year, and I want to wish every one of you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2021. Let us all remember to do what must be done. Don't get tired of social distancing, sanitizing, washing your hands. Don't be like my cousin out in Machakos who told me that he has been washing his hands. He has even changed color because he has been washing his hands 3-4 times a day. Don't feel that way. The things we are washing are not those to get change of color of skin. So a prosperous 2021. God bless you all. And it's a great time to see all of you out here today. Enjoy yourselves because there is true room for enjoyment, provided you are social distancing. And there are other platforms. You can actually do some of those enjoyments virtually. And I'm sure you're doing that. Some of you have got relatives abroad, and we've been doing these things. And these are the benefits of, the good side of the pandemic. That every cloud has a silver lining. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our Chancellor, for that very scintillating speech and address and words of advice. I want to take this opportunity to recognize a number of guests. It is difficult these days with the virtual systems that we have. I know we invited quite a number of guests, and I know there are quite a number of them who confirmed, and I know there are quite a number of them who have linked into this occasion through the virtual streaming and link that we shared with them. But importantly, this event is being covered live by Switch TV, and they are also managing the link to ensure that all our audience, all our participants, all our students, indeed all our invited guests are able to view the occasion as it unfolds. I know there are quite a number of vice chancellors who had confirmed coming. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 restrictions have made it impossible, practically impossible for a lot of people to move freely. And indeed, as the previous speakers have said, COVID-19 is not a joke, that people should joke with it. I know very close friends, I know very close colleagues, I know very close relatives who have been struck by COVID-19. The experiences are traumatizing, but they're the lucky ones who survived. There are those who are unlucky and did not survive. God help their souls. Let us not agree to be statistics that once Dr. Keo lived, he is no more. For something that we can avoid. Let us observe those protocols. Let us make sure that we sanitize, wash our hands, keep social distance, and wear masks. I know they are all against the social nature of a human being, because social nature of a human being is that you get close and you touch each other, you hug, and so on, and you even whisper in each other's ears. These days, there's no whispering, so there's no secret. And we need to learn to live with it. And those are the unprecedented times that we're living in. So I want to appreciate all the vice chancellors who are listening in from afar, who confirmed to come and grace our occasion. I know there are KIM Council members here, who I will not mention by name, and other Board of Fellows of the Kenya Institute of Management, and indeed, there are several of them who have logged in through the Zoom system, and they are watching us and they're listening through the processions. So I want to thank them very much. I would also want to extend the thank you to members of the Commission for University Education. I know Professor Grace Njoroge had confirmed attending. She most likely is logged in somewhere, listening. Also, Professor Mwenda Ntarangwi. We invited all of them, and they had confirmed that they would come. They could be listening or logged in somewhere. I want to really appreciate their confirmations and also their support over the years. That has made us reach where we are as a university after getting approvals from them and so on and so forth. I would also like to thank some of our professors who have braved it to come here and be with their students. Indeed, it is a great commitment for working these students. And you heard the way Professor Gituro talked about his relationship with now Dr. Mudanyi when he called him at 11:30 p.m. in the middle of the night. And he threatened him and said, if you don't do what I'm saying, then I will withdraw my name from your thesis. And there's nothing that you can accept, okay, than saying no to that kind of thing. Your supervisor's name being withdrawn from your thesis is not something that you would want, because no other supervisor will accept you if that is what you accept to happen to you. So I want to appreciate all the professors and the supervisors who made sure that all our PhD students did a wonderful work throughout their PhD journey. And as Dr. Mudanyi mentioned, the PhD is not a simple walk in the park. It is something that you walk into a university thinking that you're coming to pick your PhD within two years. Some of them talk about even 1 year, okay? And then you walk out and go. But the moment you walk inside, that is when you realize it is not a joke. And some of the people who are most hated in this process and loved in the same measure are the supervisors. And one of the reasons is that some supervisors are simply not available for students. And we have heard these stories, yeah? Fortunately for us in this university, these are not stories that we have heard in our university. These are stories for other universities. I don't know which ones they are, okay? But for ours, our students have given us very positive feedback that their students, their supervisors have always been there for them. So I'm to appreciate among the supervisors who have braved it and come here, there is Professor Gituro, of course, okay, who has supervised 2 of these students. That is Dr. Ann there, and also Dr. Mudanyi. I told you I know the names of all these people. I also want to appreciate Professor Siringi, Professor Siringi and Dr. Wambua, who has supervised Dr. Is it Dorothy? Yes, Dr. Dorothy, okay, and I think Dr. Yaro also was supervised by one of them. And I also want to appreciate Dr. Shadrach Jirma. Dr. Jirma is here. Thank you, sir. You have done a wonderful job with our students, okay, together with Dr. Wambua, when you're supervising Dr. Dorothy Suma there. I also want to appreciate Dr. Ole Mapelu. Ole Mapelu, you're here. Thank you very much for coming, sir. And I want to also appreciate Dr. Lea Munyao. And Dr. Lea Munyao is not a stranger to this university, neither is she a stranger to Kenya Institute of Management. She was there before us. She was here before us. She left a very good trail, okay? And that is why you are seeing this university where it is now, because of the pioneers like Dr. Munyao. She is the one who was there dreaming with Dr. Mutiso here, with Dr. Musili, when this university was being sort of conceptualized. So thank you very much. Dr. Munyao is a commissioner with the Public Service Commission. Welcome to the occasion, and thank you very much for honoring our invitation to come. The other invited guests, like I said, who we have very close to us, they are not able to. I also want to appreciate Olivia. You heard Dr. Dominic in his speech talk about a company called Close the Gap. Close the Gap is run by one of our council members called Oliver Van Den. He is a Belgian national. He would have loved to be here. Unfortunately, he could not be here because of COVID, but we really do appreciate him. I also want to extend my thank you to all the students who have worked very hard and are receiving their degrees, diplomas, and certificates this particular day. Finally, before I move to the next, I want to thank our hosts today. We are in Kajiado County government, and we have had a very close working relationship and partnership with the county government of Kajiado. Indeed, when this university, the groundbreaking ceremony of this university was being done in the year 2017, specifically 29th of March 2017, none other than the then county governor, Dr. David Nkandianye, is the one who came to preside over the groundbreaking ceremony. And we had a wonderful ceremony. At that time, this was a plain field with nothing, but we had a wonderful ceremony. We just pitched a tent, and then we had tractors, and then that broke the ground, courtesy of Kajiado County government. And this has continued when the current county governor, Mr. Olelenku, came in. He has been a very, very close friend of the university. Indeed, last year, he was here. He presided over our graduation ceremony in December last year. But in addition to that, we have also signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Kajiado County government on a number of areas. We are running the clinic, the students' clinic here, in partnership with the county government of Kajiado. We are also doing quite a number of things with the county government in the areas of agriculture and other areas. So in recognition of this strong partnership, the governor himself could not come, but he sent his able representative, who is the CEC of Education, Mr. Olencharo. And Mr. Olencharo is here. May I request Mr. Olencharo to come and say a few words and greet the crowd, please? Mr. Olencharo? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you have heard, my name is Jeremiah Olencharo, County Executive Member in charge of Education and Vocational Training, and I'm here on behalf of our Governor, His Excellency Joseph Olelenku. Please allow me to go through his speech, and thereafter maybe I can say a word or two. The chief guest, our Cabinet Secretary for Education, Professor George Magoha, represented by Mr. Darius Maugaka. The guest of honor, Dr. Dominic Domile, the Chancellor, Dr. Architect Ruben Mutiso, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Tom Musili, the Chairman of the University Governing Council, Dr. Edward Odundo, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Washington Okeo, the entire university fraternity, gracious graduates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As a promoter of education in our society, this is one of the occasions that I would not have wished to miss physically. When I received the invitation to attend this auspicious event from the Vice Chancellor, I happily diarized it. I was looking forward to personally attend until things took an unprecedented turn, and I was personally required to attend to matters of both county and national concern. Distinguished guests, I am with you in spirit. I have been well appraised on the academic milestones that this growing institution continues to make since last year when I attended the 6th graduation ceremony. As a government, we have been very supportive of all stakeholders who have sought to invest in various sectors in our county, especially in education. Although the education mandate of the county government is limited to early childhood and vocational training, we have had no option but to support education of our society at all possible levels. This is a commitment that we continue to do for our people, the legal bottlenecks notwithstanding. Management University of Africa is a very welcome institution in our scheme of things. Your training in management and leadership has gained substantial currency among the working class due to the centrality of the skills you impact in enhancing performance in both the public and private sectors. Distinguished guests, Management University of Africa, partnership with my government, is right in course. We have an active memorandum of understanding, which we have been implementing. My government's first meeting to formally engage the university happened last year. The MOU was finally signed in March 2020. Then this notorious COVID-19 pandemic struck, slowing us down. However, we shall not succumb to the ravages of this disease. We shall continue to implement our areas of partnership. In health, for example, we had agreed to partner and have an NHIF receiving clinic to serve both the university and the Kesaju community. I'm informed the clinic's infrastructure is now up, and the county government has inspected and approved it. I wish to assure this congregation that we shall fulfill our part of the bargain in the next few months, especially by posting of health staff and supply of medical and non-medical essentials. We shall be good to go very soon. In our MOU, we had also sought to partner in technical training, where the university was to establish a robust technical training section. Our Department of Education and Vocational Training has instructions that once this TVET is established, its needy students should be considered for county bursary support, whose kitty have pushed to 150 million a year, down from the 40 million I found in 2017. I look forward to tailor-made courses that will suit the needs of our local communities, as well as those that will need very little resources to set up self-employment opportunities for our youth. Distinguished guests, we cannot forget the role entrepreneurship is playing in our Kenyan economy. We have agreed with the university to map out high potential areas in our economy to train our young people and help boost our local businesses, investment, and job creation. Hand in hand with this will be training of key areas of public service in my government. Towards this, my government's Department of Public Service has instructions to ensure the first batch of selected county government employees undertake their first training in this university before the end of this financial year. Distinguished guests, we have much more we can discuss. However, I'll pause here and sign off by saying that it is now official that my government and the university are working together and continue working together to achieve the desired social economic goals for our society. I wish great life success to all the graduates today, and we welcome all the good ideas and the knowledge that we have gained from the academic pursuits at Management University of Africa. Asanteni sana. God bless you all. Joseph Olelenku, Governor Kajiado County. Thank you very much. That is a speech from my governor. And I want to take this opportunity also to congratulate the Vice Chancellor, congratulations, and the class for 2020 for graduating today. I just want to say it is my first time to come here. And when I came here, I never knew there is a big university here. Congratulations. As you have requested the rest of the people, especially those who are graduating, I'm personally going to be your ambassador out there to encourage our students to come here. And I want to commit that we are going to support our students in terms of scholarships so that they can study in this university. When I look around, there's a lot of land around. I think it is important also for the university and us to sit down so that we have a land use policy. We have it in place, but it is important for us to have control buildings around the university. Otherwise, if we allow shanties to come up, I'm sure it is going to be a security threat to the university. So it is important, Vice Chancellor, that we continue engaging so that we make sure that the constructions that come around the university, because realize, I'm told, by January you'll be having another bunch of 700 students. And going forward, I'm sure many students will be joining this university. So it is important for us to have a plan so that we don't end up having our students mugged outside there. Because when we allow shanties to come up, I think that will be a recipe for chaos around the university. So I want to request the university that we continue to engage so that we make sure that the land policy is there, although it is there, but we make sure that we stick to the land policy when it comes to construction of buildings around here. And I think it is also important for us to sit together so that we have the private partnership engagement where we can encourage our people to construct nice buildings where our students can comfortably stay. Because I know right now, if you have to walk all the way to Kisajo 3 kilometers away, it will not be very easy for our students. So I think that is one area that is important for us to look at. Lastly, one thing about Kajiado, and I want to welcome those of you who are coming to Kajiado the first time. One thing about Kajiado is that we are the most peaceful county in this country. Hiyo hakuna makofi ya Kajiado kuwa. Yes, we are very peaceful. We are the most peaceful county in this country, and we are proud of that. And we want to continue with that. We want to encourage our people to continue living in unity, in peace with each other. There is the issue of BBI. You know, I'm a product of politics. Because CC in charge of education is appointed by a politician. You know, once the Olelenku is not there, then I will not be there. So it is important for me also to talk politics a little bit. There is the issue of BBI. I know this might not be the right forum, but I know parents outside there and the graduates are listening. BBI is there, and it is, I want to encourage everybody to read the document and let us support BBI. Society is dynamic. Society is changing every day. It is important for us also to change. For those of you who are graduating today, you know, communities down there think that those people who are highly educated become too elitist. And therefore you are not able to reach to Mount Boga. Let's calm down the ivory tower so that we can be able to make strides in developing our communities. Those many remarks. Thank you very much. God bless you. Wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year 22.
Thank you very much, the CEC Education, Mr. Olencharo, for those kind remarks. It's now my duty and pleasure to invite our Chancellor, Dr. Ruben Mutiso, back here to invite our chief guest, represented by Mr. Mogaka, Ogutu Mogaha, to come and give his speech. Mr. Chancellor, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are very privileged today to have with us a representative of the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Professor Magoa, who could not be with us today, but he has sent an appropriate and an able person to come over and deliver his speech. We engaged a little bit with Darius Ogutu Agoka before getting to the procession into this space. And the ministry is well-meaning. They understand this university well, is a citizens' initiative. Many initiatives for universities are government initiatives, and it's really great to have Darius around, and I want to invite Darius to come over and deliver the CS's speech. And because he's director for education, university education, if he has anything to add, not from the written speech, you are very free to do so. Please come over. I present to you the CS's representative.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chancellor. Unlike the Chancellor and the other speakers who've gone before me, I'm here to represent the Cabinet Secretary. And as you know, there are consequences with representing the appointing or directing authority. Therefore, allow me to read his speech as is. So this is the speech by the chief guest, Professor George A.O. Magoa, during the 7th Management University of Africa graduation ceremony on Friday, 27th November 2020 at Kisaju main campus. The chairperson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Tom Musili, members of the Board of Trustees, the University Chancellor, the Chairman, University Governing Council, members of the University Governing Council, the Vice Chancellor, invited Vice Chancellors, the University Senate, the University Management Board, the alumni, the graduating class of 2020, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here this afternoon to preside over the 7th graduation ceremony of the Management University of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by congratulating the graduates for their hard work that has allowed them to qualify for the respective academic awards today. The skills and competencies that you have acquired will contribute immensely to the task of nation building. Allow me to also pay tribute to the university management, faculty, parents, and guardians who have sacrificed their all to prepare you to be here today. They have guided you, shaped you, and molded you to become responsible global citizens. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is heartwarming to note that Management University of Africa is a young university that is set for greatness. The university has made great strides in growing its academic programs and student enrollment. I'm aware that you have been working closely with the Commission for University Education to ensure that you meet the requirement for elevation to a chartered university. The government is determined to ensure that universities operating on letter of interim authority are chartered, but only when they meet the required standards. Graduates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that the theme of this year's graduation is empowered to lead and transform society. I'm aware that you have gone through a rigorous academic life at Management University of Africa, and that you have been equipped with the right knowledge, skills, and attitudes to take transformational leadership to the next level. This is exactly what the country needs at the moment to drive the Big Four agenda. As you may be aware, more than 50% of the population in Kenya is under the age of 25 years. This places a heavy burden on the country, whose dependency level is above 80%, with only 2.85% of the population currently being over the age of 65 years. It is my hope that with students' completion of each education level, the physical picture will improve as the volume of dependents shrinks and the number of workers increase. Management University of Africa has a part to play in reducing the dependency level in Kenya by releasing into the job market graduates who are fit for purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that private universities have asked the government to consider equitable allocation of students and resources to both public and private universities. My ministry is studying the requests and will communicate in due time. It is, however, upon individual universities to ensure that their institutions are reputable enough to attract students to their academic programs. I urge Management University of Africa to ensure that quality internal structures and systems are in place to guarantee high standards of education and thus enhance its standing among other universities in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the education sector in Kenya is going through challenging times. The COVID-19 pandemic has made things worse, but amidst the storm, there are always opportunities and possibilities. Universities must develop strategies to take advantage of this contemporary and emerging opportunities by thinking outside the box. Among these opportunities and low-lying fruits is online learning. The future belongs to those who will see these opportunities before they become obvious. To the graduates, I remind you of your national and moral duty to uphold the highest levels of ethics, integrity, patriotism, and timeless values. I urge you to be men and women of honor, no matter the circumstances. Let humility and discipline, which may be required of you as you begin your careers, become your lifetime companions. Finally, the ball is now in your court to be all that you can be in becoming good ambassadors of your alma mater. I am informed that many of you are seasoned professionals in your own right. I implore you to negotiate opportunities for partnerships with your alma mater. This will promote and enhance research and attract funding. Such funding will develop and enhance the university facilities. I urge you to also participate in the growth and development of Management University of Africa, because you are what you are because Management University of Africa impacted progress and enabled your future. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to wish you a merry festive season and a prosperous 2021. Congratulations once again, and God bless you all.
Conferment of Merit Awards, may I request Mr. Daniel Maina Komu, the Dean of Students, to present the names of students who have excelled in various fields. Welcome.
The university recognizes the following students who have excelled in various programs and activities. I'll start with the programs. Best student in Doctor of Philosophy, Management and Leadership, John Mudane Odhiambo. Best student in Master of Management and Leadership, Halfan Abdallah Salim. Best student in Master of Business Administration, Mangenge Scholastica Mudhoki. Best student in Executive Master of Business Administration, Kamau Mangret. Best student in Master of Arts in Development Studies, Immaculate Atieno Oshing. Best student in Bachelor of Management and Leadership, Vincent Mugiza. Best student in Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies, Isabella N. Wahome. Best student in Bachelor of Commerce, Nancy Jerry Kuria. Best student in Diploma Courses, Clement Mwende Kiende. And finally, for the academic, Best student in Certificate Courses, Masharia Rose Jacqueline Mudhoni. For the other awards, there is a brief citation, the reason why the student was awarded. So I'll start with the Sportsman of the Year Award. This one is given to a student who actively participates in sports and comparatively achieves more than the others and does not have any disciplinary issues. And the award goes to a student who was a very good goal scorer, voted the most valuable player in the university during the intercohort games. And the award goes to George Wahome Mwangi. The second award is the Community Service Award. This award is given to a student who participates in activities that impacts on the lives of the disadvantaged in the society. He participates in an activity that improves the lives of people in the society, gives monetary or moral support to the needy, or to an institution that uses it to assist the needy in society, and finally, depicts an awareness of the need to carry out sustainable community service. I'll only specify a few of the reasons we have given it to one of the students. This is a student who mobilized students to undertake community service, which was very successful and colorful. This student also participated in Save a Dream away from the main campus. That is, they did it at Mombasa. Was also assisted a member of our staff who had fallen sick during her travels when that student had traveled for work. And I think this is also important to the director, KIM. She led in the fumigation of the Kenya Institute of Management Mombasa chapter, where she also donated sanitizers and masks. So if you have heard about that, that is was through one of our students. And this student is none other than Teresia Musau from Mombasa. Second but last is the Dean's Award. The Dean's Awards goes to a student who does well in independent research work, somebody who does some publications for the global and the national audience, and also depicts some superior performance in the studies. And the student who gets this award this year is a student who has been assisting in the teaching of students, both at diploma and certificate levels, and he also worked as an administrator during COVID-19. This student has performed very well in his studies and had the highest number of papers in the refereed journals, and the student is Jared Osoro. And finally, the icing on the cake, that is the Vice Chancellor's Award. So the Vice Chancellor's Award is given to any student whom the Vice Chancellor has reason to believe has made the biggest contribution from among the graduating students. And the student who gets this, one has been a class representative from her first class at MUA. She also assisted in getting a number of students from the Kitegera KIM branch to MUA. She was exemplary in her community service, where she was the lady of the community service group. But in addition to that, because that's a class requirement, she also organized for further visits for community service. That is now beyond her call of duty. The other thing is that she was also very instrumental in the MUASA elections. She assisted in ensuring that the elections were fair, free and fair. And finally, she's a member of the Rotaract Club, but I must also add that she's charismatic, generous, kind, and this was actually from the students themselves, who also brought out some of our strong characters. And the Vice Chancellor's Award goes to Cynthia Motanu. Thank you.
Conferment of degrees. We start with PhD program. Awards will now be conferred to the graduates from the School of Management and Leadership. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean, School of Management and Leadership, to present the graduates to you for the conferment of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa. Welcome.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 8 candidates have satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the award of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership degree of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please come forward for capping by the Chancellor and congratulations by the Chief Guest. May I also invite or request the supervisors to escort the student. Certificate number CN 20/1749, Bonya Judith Eboyi. Supervisors, Professor Martin Ogutu. The second one, Dr. Washington Okeo. This is titled Leadership Style, Workplace Culture, Internal Politics, and Performance of State Departments of Kenya. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to cap and issue the certificate to the graduate.
Sorry about that. By my authority and that of the entire university, with the statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that appertains to this degree with all its rights, privileges, and obligations. Congratulations.
Certificate number CN 20/1742, Getange Ben Nyagaka. Supervisors, Professor Peter Kedae. The second supervisor, Dr. Paul Machoka. This is titled Transformational Leadership, Organizational Culture, Regulatory Framework, and Performance of State Corporations in Kenya. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to cap and issue the certificate to the graduate.
By my authority and that of the entire university, with the statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that appertains to this degree with all its rights, privileges, and obligations. Congratulations.
Certificate number CN 20/1743, Mundani Johnny Odhiambo. Supervisors, Dr. Nicholas Letting, Professor Gituro Wainaina. This is titled Strategy Implementation, Capital Structure, Macro Environment, and Performance of Energy Sector Institutions in Kenya. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to cap and issue the certificate to the graduate.
By my authority and that of the entire university, for the statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that appertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
Certificate number CN 20/1744, Muhidi Patrick Waringe. Supervisors, Professor Peter Kedae and Dr. John Cheluget. This is titled Business Strategies, Government Policies, Innovation Processes, and Performance of Large Manufacturing Firms in Kenya.
By my authority and that of the entire university, for the statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you power to read and do all that appertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations. Congratulations.
Certificate number CN 20/1745, Mtangili Solomon Kialo. Supervisors, Professor Emmanuel Agwar. Second Supervisor, Dr. John Cheluget. This is titled International Procurement Practices, Planning Functions of Management, Regulatory Framework, and Supply Chain Performance of Energy Development Agencies in Kenya. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to cap and issue the certificate to the graduate.
By my authority and that of the entire university, for the statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that appertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
Certificate number CN 20/1746, Ogwar Ann Elizabeth. Supervisors, Professor Stephen Nyabegera. Second Supervisor, Professor Gituro Wainaina. This is titled Productivity Level, Leadership Styles, Work Ethics, Physical Sustainability in Kenya Public Sector's Wage Bill, Management Institutions. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to cap and issue the certificate to the student.
By my authority and that of the entire university, with statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
Certificate number CN 20/1747, Tuma Dorothy Metza. Supervisors, Professor Elijah Siringi. Second Supervisor, Dr. Leonard Wambua. This is titled Stakeholder Engagement, Resource Mobilization, and Leadership Style on Sustainability of Anglican Church-Funded Projects in Kenya. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to cap and issue the certificate to the graduate.
By my authority and that of the entire university, for statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations. Congratulations.
Certificate number CN20/1748, Yaro Abdi Hafid Abdullahi. Supervisors, Dr. Shandrak Jirma. Second Supervisor, Professor Elijah Siringi. This is titled Management of Devolved Health Services, Leadership Style, In-Service Training, and Health Care Service Delivery in Arid and Semi-Arid Lands in Kenya. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to cap and issue the certificate to the graduate.
By my authority and that of the entire university, with statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations. Congratulations.
Master programs. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean's School of Management and Leadership to present the graduates to you for the conferment of Master of Business Administration degree of the Management University of Africa. Welcome.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 14 candidates have satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the award of Master of Business Administration degree of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Strategic Management Option, Gitu Priscilla, Mangenge Scholastica Mudoki, Ogeto Evans Omar, Oboga Nova Kemunto, Osoro Jared Nyaema, Lucinde Fabian Bele. Human Capital Development Option, Kimorgo Queen Naeku. Marketing Management Option, Kanina Milka Mudhoni, Baluka Majori Mukui. Banking and Finance Option, Kashara Jackson, Mwariri Jeff Oluoch. Logistic and Supply Chain Management Option, Kibisu Penina Omemba, Gary Janet, Wandera Kennedy Ayimba. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to confer the degree.
By my authority and that of the entire university, with statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Master of Business Administration of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean School of Management and Leadership to present the graduates to you for the conferment of degree of Master of Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 13 candidates have satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the conferment of the degree of Master of Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Cheriot, Chomba, Gaduma, Arif, Kalfan, Kimata, Mwaora, Namai, Gelu, Osoro, Rashid, Sawe, Rasher. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite to confer the degree?
By my authority and that of the entire university, with statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Master of Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now call upon the Dean School of Management and Leadership to present the graduates to you for the conferment of the degree of Master of Arts in Development Studies of the Management University of Africa.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following one candidate has satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the conferment of the degree of Master of Arts in Development Studies of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Project Management Option, Ochieng Alice Immaculate Atieno. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now invite you to confer the degree?
By my authority and that of the entire university, with statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Master of Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
May now be seated. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean School of Management and Leadership to present the graduates to you for the conferment of the degree of Executive Master of Business Administration and Executive Master of Science in Applied Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following two candidates have satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the conferment of the degree of Executive Masters of Business Administration of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Kamau Margaret Wamboi, Geta Jeff Oluoch. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following one candidate has satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the conferment of the degree of Executive Master of Science in Applied Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Wanjiko Pauline Madangani. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now invite you to confer the degree?
By my authority and that of the entire university, with statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Executive Master of Business Administration of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations. Further, by my authority and that of the entire university, with statute number 10, I admit to the degree of Executive Master of Science in Applied Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
Undergraduate programs. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean School of Management and Leadership to present the graduates to you for the conferment of the degree of Bachelor of Commerce of the Management University of Africa. Welcome.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 11 candidates have satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the conferment of the degree of Bachelor of Commerce of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Insurance and Risk Management option, First Class Honors, Kuria Nancy Jerry. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Mugeshi Mudosi. Business Administration and Management option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Katiku Muriongi. Accounting option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Atisa Mwangi Okoth. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, Garuri. Human Resource Management option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Kimilu Mulwa. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now invite you to confer the degree.
By my authority and that of the entire university, with Statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Bachelor of Commerce of the Management University of Africa and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
You may also turn your tassels from the right to the left. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean School of Management and Leadership to present the graduates to you for the conferment of the degree of Bachelor of Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 102 candidates have satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the conferment of the degree of Bachelor of Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Business Administration and Management option, First Class Honors, Kingola Patrick Macau, Mbaise Vincent Mugisa. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Zainab Amtala, Andwati, Asini, Chebgen, Kawima, Kalu, Karioki, Kibwana, Kilonzo, Kivuli, Mule, Deritu, Jiiri, Nyangau, Nzilu, Nzuki, Nzuki Judith, Odada, Okoyo, Olo, Omolo, Opondo, Otieno, Rukia Ali, Wendo, Edwin Katungu. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, Sikuku, Kihururu, Keremi, Lekliara, Mogaka, Moshiri, Mwema, Dehi, Oyombe. Human Resource Management option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Givenji, Karanja, Marete, Mushai, Munga, Mungai, Msila, Obonyo. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, Kamau Catherine, Kamau Elizabeth, Kimathi, Matonto, Mogo, Moragori, Moredi Faith, Okot, Okoth, Rateng, Waidera, Wanyoike, Pass, Katendwa. Marketing management option, second class honors upper division, Kaswima, Kimiti, Makoha, Bancha, Nyaga. Second class honors lower division, Chebeti, Magodu, Gasheru, Magiri, Maina, Murebi, Rahedi. Purchasing and supplies management option, first class honors, Patonjo Nancy Chepkemboi. Second class honors upper division, Askonde, Kangede, Kadure, Kimaita, Kinoti, Kidusi, Martin, Mulinge, Mosioki, Dinda, Nyaboke, Obuola, Osia, Simiu, Gwambua, Wandera. Second class honors lower division, Abuga, Chepchumba, Gichini, Gubal, Magaki, Mohamed, Mulonzi, Msembi, Musioka, Joroge, Joe, Nyaga, Omar, Eunice. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to confer the degree?
By my authority and that of the entire university, Fed Statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Bachelor of Management and Leadership of the Management University of Africa and give you the power to read and do all that appertains to this degree with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
You may now turn your yourself from right to left. You may be seated. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean School of Management and Leadership to present the graduates to you for the conferment of the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies of the Management University of Africa.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 16 candidates have satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate of the Management University of Africa for the conferment of the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Project Management Option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division. Agwiti, Baugwa, Gaita, Karioki, Mumanyi, Mukundi, Muli, Munupe, Mongela, Osula, Wahome. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, John Gloria, Wambu, Environmental Conservation, Major, Project Management, Minor Option. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Nabwayo Ezra. Project Management, Major Option, and Economic Development, Minor Option. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Gachagua Rita. Economic Development. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, Kamau Recho. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now invite you to confer the degree.
by my authority and that of the entire university, FID Statute number 10, I admit you to the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies of the Management University of Africa, and give you the power to read and do all that pertains to this degree, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
You may now turn your tassels from the right to the left and be seated. Award of Academic Diplomas of the Management University of Africa. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean, School of Management and Leadership, to present the graduates to you for the award of Diploma of the Management University of Africa. Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 29 candidates qualify for the award of Diploma of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Diploma in Management and Leadership, Distinction. Vijendi Friendlik Aluvale, upper credit. Amend Kagiri, Lekundere, Ogui, Shara, Wambua. Credit. Minor Collins. Diploma in Business Information Communication Technology. Credit. Fatuma Saadia. Diploma in Information Communication Technology. Upper credit. Chege Sydney. Credit. Amina Ali. Diploma in Project Management. Distinction. Fadhia Yusuf Adan. Upper credit. Madeka Mwangi. Diploma in Supply Chain Management. Distinction. Dahira Ibrahim. Upper credit. Mumbua Siyada Zamzam. Credit. Tawane Zainab. Diploma in International Relations and Diplomacy. Distinction. Kende Clemens Mwende. Sumea Ali Abdi. Credit. Mtembei Ouma. Diploma in Entrepreneurship. Upper credit. Zamzam Mohammed. Diploma in Community Health and Development. Upper credit. Kadula Magi. Diploma in Counseling Psychology. Upper credit. Gary Emma. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to award the diplomas.
By the powers conferred to me by the University Council, I award you the diplomas in respective fields with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
You may now be seated. Award of Academic Certificates of the Management University of Africa. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean, School of Management and Leadership, to present the graduates to you for the award of Certificate of the Management University of Africa.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 31 candidates qualify for the award of Certificate of the Management University of Africa. As I call out your name, please rise up. Certificate in Management and Leadership, upper credit, Kagendo Yukabeth, Abdinor Osman. Credit, Midamo. Pass, Akinyi. Certificate in Business Information Communication Technology, Distinction, Mohammed Awal Aden. Upper credit, Leila. Certificate in Information Communication Technology, upper credit, Abdul Majid Asia Mohammed. Credit, Ahmed Mohammed. Certificate in Supply Chain Management, upper credit, Khalid Mohammed Safia. Credit, Agwar Lin. Certificate in International Relations and Diplomacy. Distinction, Masharia Rose Jacqueline Modoni. Upper credit, Omtani. Credit, Mashira. Certificate in Entrepreneurship. Credit, Mweu. Certificate in Community Health and Development. Upper credit, Habiba Abdullahi. Credit, Kapandula. Certificate in Counseling Psychology. Upper credit, Sarah Sheikh. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now invite you to award the certificates.
By the powers conferred to me by the University Governing Council, I hereby award you the certificate in respective fields of study with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
You may now be seated. Award of Professional Diplomas in collaboration with Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport International. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean, School of Management and Leadership, to present the graduates to you for the award of Professional Diploma of the Management University of Africa in collaboration with Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport International.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following 11 candidates qualify for the award of Professional Diploma in Logistics and Transport of the Management University of Africa in collaboration with the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport International. As I call out your name, please rise up. International Advanced Diploma in Logistics and Transport, Nyambura Kanuku Gidhua. International Diploma in Logistics and Transport, Ayuya Chemur Mark Steve Gitau Kokonya Ali Amisi Mwamba Natasha. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now invite you to award professional diplomas.
By the powers conferred to me by the University Governing Council, I hereby award you diplomas in logistics and transport with all their rights, privileges, and obligations.
You may now be seated. Award of Professional Certificates in collaboration with Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport International. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I call upon the Dean, School of Management and Leadership, to present the graduates to you for the award of Professional Certificate of the Management University of Africa in collaboration with Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport International.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I certify that the following two candidates qualify for the award of Professional Certificate in Logistics and Transport of the Management University of Africa in collaboration with the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport International. As I call out your name, please rise up. Kajondo Henry Burabu, Natembea Bernard Miendo. Mr. Chancellor, sir, may I now invite you to award professional certificates.
by the powers conferred to me by the University Governing Council, I hereby award you the Professional Certificate in Logistics and Transport, with all its rights, privileges, and obligations.
You may now be seated. That comes to the end of awards and conferment. I would like to congratulate you, class of 2020, on your great achievement. This now marks the end of the conferment of the degrees and presentation of awards. I now call upon the Registrar, Academic and Student Affairs, to make the final announcements.
So I would call upon the Chancellor and our chief guest to step down for a gift, to present a gift to our chief guest.
Right, thank you. This is a gift that is in accordance with the leadership requirements, not beyond a certain value, to Professor Magoha. Take this and thank him on our behalf. Thank you. Come. Magoka, yes. This time you can't avoid it. Yes. This is yours. Don't give the CS double packages. Eh? Okay. This is yours, is addressed to you, and once again is in accordance with the leadership requirements. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I have 4 announcements to all students who have graduated today. The first one is that all of you are going to get a yearbook and a graduation booklet. Right now you have it in your email as an e-copy, but as you come to bring back the gowns, we are going to give you a physical one, because I know many people would want to have the physical, so you'll get a booklet. The second announcement is that the date of returning the gowns is 10th December, but definitely there are some who don't want to stay with them for a longer time, and I can assure you that is allowed, but at a small fee. Number 3, you are going to get a recording of this ceremony. That is all the graduating students, or all the graduates. And finally, you'll collect your certificates at around 21st January, but this is going to be communicated. The specific dates will be communicated to you. And this is apart from the PhD students who have received their certificates today. And with those 4 announcements, I would now want to request and invite Dr. Waroinge Mohende to come and give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not used to the title doctor, but I'll learn how to use it as we go on. Asanteni sana. I think for a start, I would like to say a big thank you. Today being a very memorable day to most of us who are graduated today, the 2020 graduates. I think you have already graduated. And I would like to say a big thank you to all of you. And as I said, thank you to all. I would like to recognize that this work would not have been possible were it not for the Almighty, the Father up there. So we really want to recognize that. I know graduation day is quite a momentous day. And of course, you know, it's a day that is memorable, where we reflect upon the achievements and also getting to know the journey that we've taken, right from those days that we started school. And for me and others, I know we are very grateful. We would like to recognize those who supported us all the way as we get this far. I would like, first of all, to convey my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the chief guest, Professor George Magoha, and the representative, and again the guest of honor, Dominic Damurin. We received your speeches very well. They are very encouraging, and we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude and very special thanks to all of you as the guests for taking your time away from the busy schedule. We know you are busy, and thanks for recognizing us, and we are sure your presence made this occasion unforgettable. I would like to express my gratitude to the University Governing Council, the academic and management team who tirelessly ensured the smooth running of our beloved institution. A special thanks goes to Dr. Architect Thomas Musili. You gave us very good words. We're going to really reflect on them as we go on. Dr. Washington Okeo, Dr. Thomas Musiri as well. We have so many other professors in the room, supervisors, and lecturers from the Management University of Africa. We would like to say that without your guidance and leadership, MUA will not be as reputable as it is today. Thank you very much. I know the leadership of the Chancellor and the chair of the Board of Governors. I may not forget about Professor Wainaina, Geturo Wainaina, for his kind words. I know going through this process is tough. And you know, for gold, it has to go through fire. We have gone through that, and congratulations to all of you. We must not forget the non-teaching staff. I know we rely with them, either for the purpose of the smooth learning of the institution. We may not forget the librarians. This is one of the areas where most of the learners go through. We know the administrators. Those offices are very important, the admission and all that, accountants. We may not even forget the drivers. We realize now, moving from the town campus to this, it takes quite a lot of work for those people, the guards and others. We know truly they are the unsung heroes. They have a lot that they have prayed, and I would like to say your support has been awesome. Thank you a lot. We cannot go without mentioning the organizing committee for this graduation. This has been under the leadership of Dr. Cheruget. Dr. Cheruget, asante sana, and your team. We are thankful to have such a wonderful team for wholeheartedly supported the whole process. To our parents and guardians, it's unfortunate that this pandemic came in. We would have loved to be with you in this hall and in this graduation. I would really like to say, I think this pandemic has been very negative. I will not give it any thank you for this. But for our parents, to our parents and guardians, for your unwavering support and encouragement. For us, as students, we know you have sacrificed a lot. Well, some of us at our level, we've been paying for our school fees. We know there are others at other levels where parents have sacrificed and have gone hungry without having meals so that you are able to get this far. Let the truth be told. We've not let you down, and that's why we've gone this far. You are really wonderful, and we love you. I say thank you, and we love you forever, our dear parents, our guardians. For the 2020 graduates, I would say a big thank you for trying to adjust to the new normal. I know you'd have right also to be here. It was not possible. I know you celebrate, but we're going to be together. Our fellow graduates, let's give a big round of applause to the wonderful entertainment that we got this morning, Frank Jury and the team. I wish also to thank the Switch TV and all media houses present for showing enthusiasm to cover this event. Last but not least, I would like to thank you, those who are back at home, the viewers, and our beloved audience. I usually like quoting this, and there's a quote that is quite popular, where we always say the sky is the limit. I like as we get out of this room, we get to know the sky is just but the beginning. By that I mean we are now have more challenges. We had their doctors who are getting doctor squared, professor squared. I don't know whether that's possible, but we are saying let's go out there and do the very best and surmount all academic challenges that may get on our way and exude enthusiasm in being good ambassadors to this institution. I would like to review with a quote from Winston Churchill, which says, success is not final. If you have succeeded in this, success is not final and failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue. The courage to continue is what matters. So once again, I would like to say a big thank you for your attention. Asanteni sana and congratulations and thanks so much indeed. God bless.
As I call Scholastica to come and lead us in a closing prayer, I would want to also make an announcement on the way we are going to recede. So once the congregation is dissolved, the order will be all of us are going to stand after the national anthem, and then the persons who are here at the high table, together with Mr. Muriithi Ndegwa, are going to lead us in the procession. They'll be followed by any other guest who is within this hall. The guests will be followed by members of the Senate. They will be followed by the PhD students, and then finally the other two students who are representing the bachelor's and the master's program. And with that, I would want to welcome Scholastica Mangenge. And the reason I'll do that is because I don't want to remind our PhD students that we have another PhD, that is a PhD in business administration. So in case you want to enroll for a second one, that will be one. Alternatively, tell it to the world that we have a second PhD. And to all the graduates out there, I know people have always wanted B.Ed. I don't want to announce it now that we now have a B.Ed program. Scholastica, karibu.
Let us pray. O great monarch of the galleries, by the power that you're known to be God, we bow before your presence just to say thank you. You are Alpha and Omega. We called your name Alpha as we began this meeting. And this is the end of this meeting. We call you Omega. All the glory and all the honor and all the power returned back unto you. For you alone deserves it, Jehovah God. You are the source of our being, and you acknowledge your sovereignty. We want to thank you, Jehovah Father, because of the chief guests. We thank you because of the guests. We thank you because of the chairman of the trustee and board of governor of the Management University of Africa. We thank you because of the faculty. Thank you because of the administration staff. We thank you, Jehovah Father, because of the support staff. How we pray that your leading and your guidance and your mercies is going to rest upon them, because you're God that is more than able, Jehovah. I want to thank you because of the graduating class of 2020. Almighty and everlasting Father, we release this class before you, Jehovah. How we pray that you're going to go ahead of us, level every mountain, straighten every crooked path. Get us to know that you're God and that you've called us by our right hand to subdue every nation, and Lord King of glory, to accomplish whatsoever you've ordained for us, for this is the purpose why you created us. We worship your mighty and glorious name. May your blood that speaketh better things than anything speak upon the life of every one of us. Dismiss us with your love, and let your grace and your mercy abide in us. And Lord, our loved ones, O God, take away, Jehovah Father, the COVID-19 that is upon this world. And Lord, O mercy, let your victory and your grace and your mercy be upon us, because you're merciful, God. We give you praise and honor because you're wholesome and you're mighty. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
May I now invite the Vice Chancellor to dissolve the congregation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have come to the end of the 7th graduation ceremony of the Management University of Africa. And as a result, it is now my honor to dissolve the congregation. By the powers conferred upon me by the Management University of Africa Governing Council, via University Statutes, number 56, clause number 6, I declare this congregation dissolved.
Of the Management University of Africa, I would like to thank you for your attendance and participation in our 7th graduation ceremony. The graduates will now join in the academic procession as it leaves the graduation square. Please stand for the national anthem.
My name is Dr. John Mudanyi. I've just graduated with PhD in Management and Leadership at Management University of Africa. And I'm very happy to say that I was the best student in PhD. I thank the university for supporting me, for my supervisors. I only going to say that this is a very, very great opportunity because this university is one of the best universities in areas of management and leadership, being sponsored by Kenya Institute of Management, which has been there for many, many years. And really, I've learned a lot at the university. I had a very, very challenging moment. I must say it was not easy, balancing studies, working, and other life. It was very challenging, but worked very hard. I also had very, very tough supervisors. My first professor was Dr. Nicholas Letting, who was the former Vice Chancellor of this university and now the CEO of CASNEB, and also Professor Gituro Wainaina, who is a professor at the University of Nairobi School of Business. But they did help me, support me a lot, and I have had very good success at the end of the day, and I'm very grateful. I want to encourage anybody who has got a desire to pursue their dreams of becoming doctors and pursuing a PhD, to further their knowledge in areas of their interest, to choose this university. The fees was okay, but particularly the challenging part was the research fees, but I was able to use my own savings and to pursue that. And therefore, I'm very happy today that I'm now a doctor with PhD in management and leadership. I want to congratulate my fellow graduates who have achieved different degrees and diplomas and certificates. But more specifically and particularly, let me thank the university administration, the Vice Chancellor, the Chancellor, and all the lecturers and members of faculty that stood with us. I know the going was tough during the defense. It was very challenging, but we've now succeeded. But I also want to appreciate the external examiners that also helped me to sharpen my thesis and my studies. I'm very, very delighted today. It's been a long journey. I started in 2016. I finished after 5 years, but I'm very glad it can be done. So anybody, which university you are in, it doesn't matter, it can be done, but be ready to work very hard. Thank you. Okay, today we have had a virtual university for the rest. It was only the PhD students that were here with their supervisors and the leadership of the university. And the rest, the master's students and the bachelor's, diploma and certificate students were virtual. And the reason is because of the COVID-19. We have to ensure that safety comes first. So here we were a few who could observe social distance, masking and hand washing. And that's what we've done. That's why only, but the others were all there online. There were hundreds of them that joined us online together with their parents and relatives and guardians. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's really a great pleasure. Thank you, Sandy.